Hello. Hi, I'm Danielle. I use she, they pronouns, and you can find me on the internet at redtailtalk90. Hold on. Okay. Everybody talk, please.
Sounding off, this is Jade over here in the UK.
This is Shrug, not in the UK.
This is August at the beach.
This is Dirk at breakfast.
Were you able to hear all of them, pack bats? I can't open the Twitch stream and check for myself because then you just get horrible.
I got you. I'm just waiting for the delay. Yeah.
These are our new introductions. Do you like them?
Ooh.
Okay, Ashley says they can.
Right.
All right. August, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. In that case, take two, this time with more feeling. Welcome to Chapter 2 of the Ultraviolet Catastrophe, a 5-part miniseries brought to you by Standing Stones Productions and Hearthside Enclave. Today we're playing House by Marnez, a game which is, unsurprisingly, about a house. I'm August. You can find me on Twitter at HarpyDora and on Tumblr at StrangeHarpy, and my pronouns are they, them. Playing with me today, as always, is Danielle.
Hi, I continue to be Danielle. I use she, they pronouns, and you can find me on the internet at redtailtalk90.
We also have Dirk.
Hello, I'm Dirk. You can find me at Hope's Hearth Pod. You can also find me at PF Diva in various places. I use they, he, and they pronouns.
Jade.
Hi, I'm Jade. I'm going to say my introduction correctly this time, and you will never know that I messed up take one. You can find me on the internet at Jade Oxford Rose, and I use they, them pronouns.
And finally, bringing up the rear in the anchor position, because that's how the alphabet works, we have Shrug.
Hello, my name is Shrug. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me on the internet at The Secret Frog or just Secret Frog, depending on where you are attempting to find me.
Our lines, things that we absolutely do not want to see, are homophobia and transphobia, racism, sexism, anti-Semitism, violence against children and animals, sexual assault, domestic violence or intimate partner violence, unwanted pregnancy, plagues and pandemics, and alcohol abuse. Our veils, which are things we're fine with addressing but will just fade to black on, are steamy situations, graphic descriptions of bodily harm, and terminal illness. With all that out of the way, let's get started. And assuming that we're all good, we're going to start by gathering or by deciding what the exterior of the house that we find ourselves in looks like. I know we briefly touched on the interior, but the game does say that we need to establish the exterior of the house. Is it old, new? Do you often see cars coming and going from the driveway? Is there a picket fence around the perimeter, or just a mailbox at the end of a long graveled driveway? Is there a swing set in the yard? How many floors does it have? Where are the windows?
Did I space out, or have we introduced the game?
We introduced the game at the top.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
It was very brief. It's a game called House. It's about a house. That's the premise given.
Yeah. But I mean,
So to be fair, you could have been like shooing a cat away and missed the description given. Is my point. There is no one at fault here, not the description giver or missing the description.
I gave the description that's in the text. It literally says the first thing. Yeah. So we can blame Marn.
Good games.
But yeah, we very briefly touched on the interior, which we may retcon depending on how we're feeling. But the first thing that the game requests that we describe is the exterior of the house. I'm always a fan of like older, more decrepit looking houses, but it could also be fun if this is like a new construction on the exterior. I'm open to whatever.
I have a thought.
Mm-hmm.
So, in my area, it's a college town, so there's always apartment complexes and stuff going up. What if this is like one of the first houses in what is eventually going to be like a suburby area? But right now, there's like one house and a bunch of empty field.
Like the model house that they sell the houses that haven't been built yet based on.
I have one more element to this pitch. I think it should look just modern enough that the old versions of our characters would not be familiar with this kind of architecture.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that a lot. I have in my mind an image of like a townhome almost. But like very boxy and square with square windows. I don't know the style of the architecture, but it's something that I see a lot in places that are being developed in and around the area of Atlanta that I live in, where it's very boxy and very not brutalist, but squared off, not any soft edges, no curves. Just something, very modern. What color is it? Is it like bland or is it garish?
I think it should be bland.
Yeah.
Like, not even that awful beige, but like that awful blue.
That kind of like muted blue-gray.
Yeah.
Love it. And how many windows does it have and where are they?
I feel like there's at least one on the front.
I think it's got a big bay window on the living room.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to make a note of where the windows are because I will forget.
Oh, well, Dirk, I wouldn't worry too much about that given the nature of the game.
Well, yeah, but I like the big bay window. I want to do something with it later.
Okay, I'm just saying you could just make a note that there is a bay window. It doesn't have to
Yeah.
correlate.
Yeah.
For those who maybe aren't familiar with the game House, not to spoil anything, House of Leaves is a big point of inspiration for it. So
Yes.
it's fucked up houses is the vibe. I'm not
It's
just saying this to mess with Dirk.
it's a game about if there existed a house and it either hated you or loved you.
Mm-hmm.
Is really the way that I like to look at it. But yeah, House of Leaves, it doesn't, the architecture doesn't have to abide by the rules that we think it does. So.
It doesn't have to abide by any rules.
Mm-hmm.
And because of who we are as people, almost definitely will not.
The next step is we decide on our characters. I think, as you can probably guess, both from the overlay and the fact that this is chapter 2, we are reprising some roles from our previous game. I will be playing Marius, Thank the Gods for Small Favors. They use they, them pronouns. Their look is a short, willowy person with pale skin and sharp features. They have long brown hair that's typically kept in a tight braid, and their fashion style tends towards neutral colors and turtlenecks. In their previous existence, they were considered to be a disgraced scientist. Right now, we'll see what happens. So, going down the line, Danielle, tell us about your character.
I am playing Talinor Jezrin, who uses he or they pronouns. His look is he's built like a brick house, not especially tall but solid and muscular, extremely battle-scarred, has a nose that's clearly been broken several times. Expression is almost always severe. Bright blue eyes, short dark hair that's graying at the roots and temples, and he wears hearing aids.
Dirk.
Sorry, 1 second.
How about we'll come back to you and go to Jade.
Yeah, so my character is Delphine O'Reilly. Not that any of you know that their first name is Delphine because they never use it. Tall, on the lean side, pale skin, grey-green eyes, handful of freckles, looks very much in need of more sleep than they get. Mostly shaved head, but with faded indigo bangs up front. And dresses like a punk on laundry day.
Dirk.
Yes, I am playing Rebel Vanguard, who uses they, them pronouns. Rebel is a tall Mask of Center Pacific Islander, definitely rocking the short dress under a cool jacket look. Rebel has like a shaved head, except for the top bit, which is definitely doing sort of a Janelle Monáe thing, except, Rebel's not black. Their hair is dyed blue, and it's a little wavy. It's very cute because of who I choose to be as a person. And in their previous life, Rebel was a visionary and also sort of a secretary.
And Shrog.
So I am playing Vivian Blackthorn, uses they, them pronouns. white person with this just beyond shoulder length red hair, a little more vibrant than the Pickeroo allows for. But yeah, tends to wear a lot of red, things that are generally very practical. Right now they've got a leather jacket on. They are very muscular and very, very pretty. I need this to be true in every universe.
It's very good.
As is your right.
Yes.
Should we maybe, I know we're going to get into a little bit about why these people are here. For the sake of, these are the people you saw, if you watch chapter 1, these are very much the same people, but also...
I wanted to get into that next because one
yeah.
of the next questions that we have to ask is how do we know each other? And you know, if you watch chapter 1, you're already pretty familiar with how we knew each other. If you didn't, quick Cliff's Notes. We were all working on some experimentation with some semi-sentient fungus to replicate their mycelial structure to use for teleportation over long distances. And we were all in the thick of that when everything got shut down. We decided to take matters into our own hands at the end and perform a field test with what we had discovered. And after a blinding flash of light, we found ourselves in a house.
In some ways, you could say it was a very successful field test. In other ways, maybe not so much.
Yeah. But as I said, one of the questions is how do we know each other? And the thing about it is, one of the things that is really strange, we know each other from that, but we also have other memories of how we came to know each other and how we came to be here. We find ourselves in a situation where our memories are doubled. We remember the experiment, we remember what happened, but we also have these other memories that are ours, but not. And these are the memories that I kind of want to go over with the next couple of questions. So, how do we know each other in the house?
I have plans, if I may pitch some things here.
Mm-hmm.
I think Vivian sort of takes a little bit of charge here, and turns to Talonor. What I want to know first of all is, do you think he still has the same title in this world? Is he still a general?
I think that in this world... Oh, fuck, I gotta look up fucking military titles.
Chief Master Sergeant Jezreel.
Oh my god.
It's just a different title.
Oh god, he's not army.
Is he in a different military branch, but it's the same level rank? Or is it the same military branch, but a lower or higher rank?
I think it's the same
Then
military branch, but it's somewhat lower.
Sure, I'll give us a military title lower than general.
All of them?
Or colonel, sorry. Pick one, the middling one, then.
Colonel means you've been in for a good number of years.
Mm-hmm. someone who has been here for a long time and has been in charge of people.
I think
Sergeant
full
then,
colonel
or
makes
captain.
sense.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, okay.
Okay.
You can. I'm saying this with experience with folks in the Air Force, but I believe they use equivalent ranks to the Army. It only takes a few, for a certain definition of a few, years to make captain. Anyway, I think Vivian approaches Talinor. That I'm not sure if they're necessarily the first to kind of shake this off, but they are the first to recognize, okay, this is happening. I have to roll with this to some extent. And so they will extend their hand and say, Colonel Jezrin, we spoke on the phone, and you did say you were bringing some consultants with you. I'm from the property management company. Fee.
Yo, that's me.
Vivian doesn't know that you are aware that this is bullshit. Vivian is not with the property management company. But,
Interesting.
But is pretending to be.
Okay. If you did miss last week's, nobody knows this in character. Fee is a telepath, a mind reader, a psychic, however you want to think of it. And that hasn't stopped being true in this new place.
Oh God, that's deeply upsetting. Poor Fee.
Yeah, no. It is, they are currently looking like they have a migraine.
I wonder why.
Who can say? But has pulled a pair of sunglasses out of a jacket pocket and put them on. Fee is here as a medium.
Naturally.
Naturally. The thing is, ghosts and the like leave strong enough psychic impressions that Fee's telepathy can pick up on it. They don't tell people they're a telepath. As far as people are concerned, Fee can talk to ghosts if they believe that to be true. They aren't out to swindle people. They've probably got a pretty decent reputation for helping, like, law enforcement. Well, no, actually, no. No version of Fee would work with law enforcement. Scratch that from the record. Maybe with, like, private detectives and stuff like that. But genuinely likes helping people. So, or at least this is the sort of onslaught of thoughts and memories that are hitting them in this moment, while they try to ignore the fact that everyone is dealing with the same thing right now. But yeah, Talador hired Fee for their expertise, I guess.
I think it may be a case that if you're all right with this, Jade, I think it may be the case that Marius and Fee were hired as a package deal, because you've got the medium who's here to ostensibly talk to ghosts and tell whether a place is haunted, which, you know, LOL. But then you've got Marius for the more practical side of things. Like, is this door haunted or is it just hung poorly? Kind of thing. So it's, since they worked together previously, maybe they work together now as a team to tackle hauntings in this case.
Yeah, maybe this universe's Marius will go on to be a successful YouTube show. Who knows?
I was gonna ask if Marius felt like someone was missing.
Two someones.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I hate you both.
We don't know who Marius has back home,
This is true.
This is true.
but I feel like this Marius probably is not tempered by Kari, so.
Fair.
So is worse.
Uh, sorry, go ahead, Danielle.
Dirk, is Rebel part of Talinor's team? Or no?
Ooh.
Sort of, but sort of not. So the thing is that by coincidence, Rebel has met and interacted with everybody in the crew before all of us ended up here. It's been separate instances that are appropriate to everyone. So I think Rebel just sort of is friends with Talinor separately, and maybe they got to talking about this. I don't know how they came on this subject, but like Rebel is just here because Talinor is like, oh, I'm gonna be doing this thing, and Rebel's like, oh hey, can I come along? I guess, sure. And so Rebel has like separately interacted with everyone before now, and it's been like coincidental things, like well enough to know everybody's names, but not like super close interactions, except maybe with Fee, but maybe not. I don't know. But
So then is this a situation where it's like, oh look, you're also here? Or is it like you have come with us?
Well, yeah, I think I've come with you all, specifically with Talinor, but I'm not like hired to do
Yeah.
anything.
Okay.
I just
But you have
happen to
shown
be
up
here.
with us.
Yeah.
So I think Talinor takes Vivian's hand. He hesitated for a moment, but seems, at least outwardly, recovers quickly. Takes Vivian's hand, shakes it, and says, yes, we, so you, obviously you know who I am. This is Dr. Marius Favors, our chief science officer. And I always mix O'Reilly, who is our chief supernatural officer, and Mix Vanguard. And he doesn't give like a title because he
And I think at this point in time, Rebel is like half bent over, like breathing from like their inhaler, and pauses for a moment to be like, I'm here. Hello.
Does he look like they're is that on top of it, like they've got it handled? It's just
Yeah, it's just one of those like catching your breath moments.
Gotcha.
All right. So we've answered a couple of the other questions that we have at the start already. So the next thing that I want to ask us, what do we bring? And is this broad daylight or the dead of night?
I always like it when these things are like bright day.
Mm-hmm.
One, because it always feels like more practical. Like, why do people go investigate places at night? Unless they're stupid or asking for trouble. Shout out to the group of characters who I first played house with, because they were dumbasses.
Valid.
It was Halloween, you know how it be.
Yep.
But yeah, I like that it's just sort of one of those sort of overcast but not cold mornings. The sun is there, but it's got that sort of hazy, almost greyish quality where like a fine layer of cloud is over it. So it's the sort of where you can actually look at the sun, because there's enough cloud obscuring it, but you can still see it. And it's like that middling sort of temperature, warm enough you only need a light jacket kind of a vibe.
Oh yeah.
I dig it.
Yep.
And in terms of stuff with them, Fee has like a little whiteboard, like a dry erase board with a couple of markers, like on a little sling kind of like you have with like iPad cases, like it's that, but there's literally just like a little whiteboard in there. The sunglasses they have on, a little pouch of salt. Sometimes you have to look the part. There's definitely a couple of crystals. They do nothing, but people expect there to be crystals, so there is crystals.
I think Rebel has
standing right here.
Rebel has their jacket, which has decently deep pockets and a fanny pack.
Incredible.
That has like, you know how you see those like collars, those black collars with like the studs in them, like the goth ones. Somebody has made a neon pink fanny pack goth, because it's very, very funny. And I'm going to play by Forged in the Dark rules for the fanny pack. It has miscellaneous things that will turn out to be useful later.
Spend one hold. I don't think Marius has much in the way of equipment or anything like that. Just because of, I don't know. I think it's just because of who they are as a person. They choose to come in and like eyeball things and apply their expertise primarily without any sort of implements. It's on some level, I think maybe it's like showing off. I don't need anything fancy for me to be able to tell what's wrong with this building. So
Maybe a flashlight?
yeah, maybe a flashlight and a little pocket level.
Mm-hmm. Good. I think the only thing that Talinor has on him is like a Swiss Army knife kind of deal. I don't think it's the stereotypical Swiss Army knife, but I think it is similar. Like it is a flip open knife that also has like like a small screwdriver and a couple other small utility type things. Except,
Spend one hold.
yeah, except not like a bottle opener or anything, just like.
Vivian has a ring of what are definitely keys, and not at all lockpicks. I think they also have a small bag of tools with them. And is this too weird to have? Yeah, but I think they have it anyway. I think they have a small, like, hand axe like, at their hip.
Legit, you thought you were going to say a sword. So really, that
No.
was very restrained of you, is my point.
No, they use axes anyway.
God, I mean, what? I know what I'm about, son.
Is it weirder if it's at their hip or hidden on their back? What do we think, gang?
I think on the back would be weirder.
Yeah,
Okay.
because it's more difficult to reach.
All right. So the final steps are to draw a square symbolizing the front room of the house on the bottom edge of our drawing implement, which we have done. And we decide as a group what the front room looks like. And I think previously I had described it as a kind of large foyer with a carpet and stairs leading up to the next floor. But that was mostly for the mood. So we can have that as we fade in and our consciousnesses come into being here. We can have that shift to be whatever we want to start with. Just kind of like a hazy mirage, just kind of dissolving into where we currently stand.
Well, I kind of like the idea that we're in like some sort of foyer where like there are stairs that lead up. Like we're not even properly in the house yet, but stairs like to the left of the door that lead up, and then maybe like a little hallway in front of us or a door to the right, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good. Are things still kind of drab? You know, that I have a great disdain for the kind of modern tendency for grays and like just it feels very soulless, and I'm assuming, you know, based on the outside, the inside, the foyer would be similar.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I feel like there's a picture on one of the walls, and I think what it actually is a picture of, I'm gonna say, Erwin, Parker, Ishak, and Morden all like grinning at the camera. And So, like various levels of however they're gonna smile at the camera. But I think it's fun if there's just something weird there, you know?
Yeah.
I think this house has to be staged because
Mhm.
it is the show house, and so you've got like an entry table that in reality would just gather shit because it's right in the entryway, but in this staged house is like clean and has like a bouquet of fake flowers on it, like high quality fake flowers. And I don't think things look like very dusty or dirty. At least not in this
Yeah.
room.
Yeah, this room is immaculate.
Mhm.
It is like the platonic ideal of a soulless modern foyer. All right. The next thing that we do is we draw a square of any size connecting to one side of the square you made for your front room. We decide together what sort of room it is, and we draw a card to set the scene that plays out in that room. So, where do we want to go from here, folks? We've got a couple of options.
I will
Since,
say
oh, go ahead.
I will say down is out. Like the downward facing face of this square is the exit to the house.
Mhm.
Because of how things have to fit on the screen.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Marius kind of turns to Vivian and is like, as the representative from the property management company, I trust your judgment in this particular tour. But they're looking a little baffled at the picture on the wall.
I think Rebel is definitely eyeballing Vivian and like isn't gonna say anything, but the expression is very much, okay, I see what you're doing.
Yeah. I think Zay ran into Vivian briefly in a moment that was definitely like you were diverted from your normal path in a way that bumped you into Vivian.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
And I'm assuming Vivian...
something just nudged you in that direction. Who can say what?
And I presume Vivian was doing something shady at that point in time. Yes?
Not necessarily shady, but I think something that just barely tips Rebel off that their current story is probably not true.
That's exactly what I was thinking. The telepathy is on.
Is Rebel also a fucking telepath?
No,
just
I was
ducks.
making a joke.
Okay. I was gonna say, fuck both of you.
No, I like to joke when I'm on the same wavelength as other people that the telepathy is on.
Yeah. I think Vivian will lead you in, but not like up. So not up the stairs, but through the hall. Well, upstairs we have obviously the sleeping arrangements, but obviously for where you'll have guests, we should show you the main rooms in here. Also looks at the picture on the wall, is distracted for a hot second, tries to push past it.
Do we want to go ahead and draw the
Yeah, I will draw a card.
and draw the square?
Sorry, I missed it. Which direction did you say we were going?
I should draw a thing. So through the foyer into some kind of main room that's like past the stairs. So we're not taking the stairs.
Okay.
We're staying on the same floor
Perfect.
as far as we know.
Thank you.
Can we make these a little smaller just because I suspect
Oh, yeah,
strongly
yeah.
we're going to need more room?
Yeah, I got it.
That is fair. Wait, can you not resize?
You can.
You have to use the select tool to grab it, and then
Mm-hmm.
I know. Okay. I'm not seeing
got
a
it.
little drag on the corners. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. So
Okay.
Shrog, draw a card.
Oh boy! Dang! We got an ace of
Fucking
spades.
hell.
We have physical conflict, suffering, doubt, fear, danger, grief, alienation, and this is an unexpected obstacle. Great.
Good thing you've got that hand axe, huh?
Uh-huh.
So let's decide what the room looks like first, and then we can figure out how that leads to an unexpected obstacle that leads to some sort of physical conflict. I think it's too soon for things to start getting super gnarly. So I think it's a main room. The main room, maybe. And anyone stop me if you have any other thoughts. But maybe with like that kind of like gray wood laminate flooring, with a very drab sort of throw rug in the center of the room, and then an artfully arranged sofa and love seat combination. Maybe there's a fireplace.
I like
But just like I said, I have such disdain for a lot of the modern sensibilities here, so just very, very soulless.
The sofa and love seat are arranged in ways that look a little more pleasing, but also that would be extremely inconvenient for actually living in that space.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's spaced just barely wrong.
Mm-hmm. The only unexpected obstacle I can think is we get into this room and there's no exits. Like the wall, where there should be doors are just like blank walls. Or maybe, staged photographs on the walls, but no doors that we can see.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure how that would lead to a physical conflict, unless...
Well, it may not lead to a physical conflict, but it could definitely lead to doubt and fear. Or confusion, which I think still is in
alienation.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to
For
hit
sure.
all the beats. They're just there to. Yeah, it's about mood
Yeah.
rather than it being prescriptive. Prescriptive.
Yeah. So. And do we all go in, or?
I think it's a bit early for us to be splitting the party.
Just wanted to check.
Yeah.
In that case, I think like Rebel follows everybody in and then like immediately flops on to the love seat. And like flops down and then like does that thing where you realize, oh no, this is not as comfortable as it looks.
I think it noticing that there are not exits where there should be. I think Vivian drops a little bit of pretense and goes over to like. I think there are still like squares of wall where there should be a door that don't have anything on it. So I think Vivian is going to go over to one of them and just like knock at that portion of wall. I think what happens is it not only sounds like there's something behind it, but it sounds like extremely hollow. Like it is incredibly resonant when they put their ear to it. As if there were just like an enormous tunnel behind it.
Nice.
May I add a detail? Vivian's not sure 100%, but, you know, sounding like there's an enormous tunnel on the other side, maybe there's something that sounds like possibly footsteps on the other side, but Vivian's not entirely sure. It could just be their imagination.
I like it.
I think Rebel is going to like sarcastically lampshade the fact that there are no doors and say, so obviously this is one of those very special houses, one of those very special smart houses that can just, you know, make doors go away if you don't want to have visitors. Is that right? And they are definitely looking at Vivian.
Oh, they get a dirty look. A dirty look that is just a shade too familiar. As in, like, Vivian being too familiar at them. Not, like, necessarily as in you've seen that look before.
Yeah.
I think Marius just kind of like looks around, you know, with their eyes narrowed and says, "This is not a terribly impressive model house."
I don't know why that tickled me like that.
So, where do we want to go from here? Are archway or doorway we came through behind us, is it still there? Or has that disappeared as well?
I think it's fun if it goes to somewhere else.
Do we want to see where it goes?
Sure. Sounds good. Like we double back and we're just not in the foyer. We're in a different place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm just drawing a square, hypothetically, like, kind of next to the foyer, but that's not...
Yeah.
It's not 100% accurate, but it gets the job done.
I think. I
Sorry,
can't
go ahead,
select
Danielle.
your.
Tell me, ping where you want me to put it.
I think you should just have it overlap the foyer just a little bit.
Like that?
It's a different, it's a different color as well, so it should be pretty
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
readable.
Okay. So, with Marius' scathing comment, we double back. Where do we find ourselves now?
I mean, do you want to take it, August? If Shrug did the first one, we sort of loop him back in alphabetical order of the players, if you want to draw the card.
Yeah, we can do that. Jack of Hearts. Jack is a message received, and Hearts is love, friendship, compromise, bonding, and obsession. Oh boy, that's an interesting one coming off of the last one.
What if it's like a telephone room? Like, you know how in some big houses people will just have a nook? Or they used to. And for any younger people watching or listening, there once was a time where we had phones in our houses. Where we had landlines. And people would ring the house. Truly a simpler time. But yeah, what if it is like a small, like, almost like an antechamber that's got like an easy chair and a table with like a Bakelite phone on it, and like a little pad next to it for taking messages, and a lamp. This is based on something at my grandma's house, to be clear.
I think it's fun if... I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, just it's like part of, technically it's just you walk through this as you go down the hall to the extension that they built on the back of the house. But yeah, just a little nook. No natural light. That's why there's a lamp. Like, because it is this alcovey sort of feel to it.
I think it's fun if we maintain like the modern aesthetic, but
Sure.
the Bakelite phone is the sole piece of decor that
It's
is out
clearly a
of place.
reproduction. Like a hipster Bakelite. Like it's like anachronistic to the point of it looking deliberately so. Like an aesthetic choice.
Is it like made to look like a rotary phone, except instead of being a rotary phone, the buttons are all like arranged in a circle as though it were a rotary phone?
Yeah. That kind of vibe. Absolutely. Like from a distance, you think, "Oh, is that a Bakelite?" You get to it, and it's like, "No, it is not.
Yeah,
It really isn't."
So I mean, Chekhov's phone obviously has to ring. And whomst among us answers it?
I mean, I think Vivian would want to maintain some veneer of cover. Unless someone else dives for it first.
No. Marius just arches an eyebrow and glances around.
Hey Shrug, I have an idea.
Mm-hmm.
So Here, I need to type something in the chat real quick.
Please hold.
Okay. Not a bad idea, but I don't know if I like that right now.
I have an idea.
Okay. Basically, just who am I going to be handing the phone to?
Ooh, that's a much better idea.
Okay. So Vivian will pick up the phone.
And
Vivian speaking from Vancroft Realty. Yes. Yes, just one moment. And hands the phone to Marius.
Marius looks at Vivian
there's
like they've grown a second head, but takes the phone, but doesn't hold it up yet.
There's Dr. Rucker for you.
I think there's a moment of confusion on Marius's face because House Marius doesn't know a Dr. Rucker, but obviously Marius knows Dr. Rucker from before, and so they slowly put the phone up to their ear and say, "This is Marius."
Dr. Favors, I'm so glad. I found this number pinned to that old corkboard. I'm glad it worked. Are you guys coming back?
Of course we're coming back. Don't be ridiculous. This isn't going to be an all-day excursion. We'll be returning within a few hours, I'm sure.
Oh, okay, good. 'Cause the university's been asking some really pointed questions. And I am not sure how long we can keep them occupied.
University. I think Erwin hears Marius say university, but I don't know. Like, if Erwin gives a response, I kind of feel like it's staticky.
Yeah.
Or the line cuts off completely.
I think it's staticky, but it's like gradually increasing static until you just can't understand what he's saying anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that. And Marius, like, hangs up the phone, their hands a little shaky, and they say, I don't know who that was, but it seems that we are expected back soon. So we should perhaps get moving. And there's like a look of obvious like confusion on their face, like they're not sure exactly what they're saying, or like it's kind of like an autopilot kind of thing while they're they're processing what they just heard.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I think Rebel is going to point and say, "Why don't we go that way?" And I'm gonna draw a circle in this fabulous neon green. This is ridiculous. So I'm gonna say, yeah, that-ish. And I'm gonna say the room we go into is it's a kitchen, and in much the same way that the phone nook was so anachronistic, it circles back around to very modern. I think the kitchen is similar. It's sort of like meant to convey like a 50s vibe, but it's like it's very obviously modern stuff. Everything is very clean and new, and you've got like I don't know, there's probably like stuff on like the walls, like, you know, like cute pot holders, and maybe there's one cabinet that has like a glass front and you can see some decorative dishes. And I will draw a card. Oh, we got 5 of that. Is not what I meant to do. I forgot I have to select things. Please don't look at me like this.
I got you.
Thank you. I will leave it alone. So, 5 spades is again physical conflict, suffering, doubt, fear, danger, grief, alienation. And 5 is a critical misunderstanding. Hmm.
So you said the kitchen has like an almost retro 50s vibe to it.
Mm-hmm.
May I add the detail that like the appliances all like match and are like a retro mint green?
That's horrible. I love it.
What do you mean that's horrible? I love the retro mint green color. It's very cute.
I love and respect you and everything you choose to be. But yeah, so
Is this standard?
sorry, say that again.
Marius is just like, is this standard? Like the kitchen. And that's kind of aimed at Vivian.
It's standard.
And Marius like looks at Fee.
What?
I'm trying to think how Marius would phrase this, because they're not like, you know, obviously they're not like the most like hip to other people's emotions, but they're like wanting to check in on Fee in their own way. I think the closest I can think of to the vibe I'm wanting is just like Marius kind of like looking at Fee and being like, "Do you have a status report?"
Fee sort of makes that sort of when you're like kissing your teeth noise, like, not yet. I'm still trying to figure something out. Aside from the fact that somebody has an interesting taste in staging show homes. It's strange. Also, yeah, no, actually, fuck it. And that's in character. That's not me, Jade, saying that. Fia's gonna like perch on the edge of like the little breakfast nook table and look at everybody. And just be like, so are we gonna talk about the fact that we have two sets of memories right now? Because I know that street outside. I know that I work for Talador at the moment. And I also know that less than... looks at watch. I don't know, I'm looking on my watch, but not that long ago we were standing in a field doing a field test. Are people just not talking about it? Should I not say anything? Are we just pretending we're on a house tour?
Marius, like, still kind of a little shaken, says, "It makes no sense. The best that we can do is proceed forward and hope that this resolves itself."
Okay. Everyone else sort of rolling with the let's wait and see.
Rebel is opening the fridge and looking in it.
I think there's something in the fridge, but I don't know if it's what you would expect. How about another telephone in the fridge? It's not hooked up to anything, but
it's beeping all the same.
I can't believe that
Sorry
we have
about
diegetic
that.
sound effects.
Yeah, sorry about that. We could always
but
use the Discord soundboard.
God. Maybe it makes the noise like a phone that's off the hook, but it only makes that noise when the fridge door is open. Like, you close the fridge again and put your ear against it. It's not making the noise. You open the fridge door. Beep, 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 beep. Like,
Yeah, no, Rebel is definitely doing exactly that. Close the door, listen, open the door again, close the door one more time, open it back up, takes the phone out of the fridge.
what if when they put it up to their ear, they just hear the conversation that's happening in the room around them, but a little bit on a delay?
That's deeply
Like they're
disturbing.
hearing a recording being played back of what? Hey, like a Twitch stream. You know?
It's like you unmuted.
Uh-huh.
I like that.
Yeah, same.
Cool. So, where do we go from here? I think we accidentally skipped Danielle.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. I think that Talonor hasn't said anything this whole time. He's been walking with the same expression the whole time, unchanging, hands behind his back, very much a kind of just observing what's around him, stoic type of expression. He when they get to the kitchen, and Fee kind of like makes this statement about two memories. I think I don't think he responds right away. I think, Rebel says what they say. And he is clearly observing everybody else and like what everybody else's reaction to that is. And I think eventually he just kind of shakes his head and he says, "We're not here just for a house tour. We're here to investigate the developers' claims of forces that are stymieing their construction efforts. So we need to focus on the task at hand, so we can do our jobs. Completely ignoring the idea of them having another set of memories. And as previously, I don't think Fee can tell what he's thinking.
Yeah, I was working under the assumption that Fee was just making a wild guess about a Talonor, as opposed to everybody else.
Yeah. And I think as the others are kind of investigating the fridge phone, the throne, if you will.
Oh God.
I will not. I hate it.
Thank you.
No offense, Ashlyn. No, it's a good joke. I just hate it.
I think he kind of steps up to Fee and like gestures in a almost like an after you sort of gesture to like hop down off the counter and head through the door to the next room in a way that's like, come this way with me.
Okay.
Do they go with him?
Yeah.
Okay. Shrug, I'm sorry, but I have to kick you off of the stream.
That's fair.
So I'm going to draw another room here. No, here. Yeah. And I want to draw a card first. I drew the 8 of Hearts.
Great.
A vicious
Oh,
fight,
good.
but love, friendship, compromise, bonding, obsession. Cool. So I think for the purposes of this, at least the beginning of this scene, the others have momentarily stayed behind. And I think actually, no, I think this is the main room again. And we've come into the main room in the same place that we had come into the main room the previous time.
Very good. Very good.
I think there is another door out this time.
Do you want to put a red square within the orange square of main room, just so we can?
No, that's a little too big. And I don't think that Talonor clocks at first that they're in the main room again, because I think his attention is on Fee. And I think he's very cognizant of how intimidating he is. So I don't think
Sure.
he steps like over close or like crowds into their space. But I think he does step closer and speak in a quieter tone. Like, I don't know what's going on here. And I am concerned for multiple reasons. But the thing I'm most concerned about right now is not these other memories, but whatever the fuck this house is doing. Because something is extremely not right.
Yeah, I noticed that. Gestures to the room around them.
He, like, rubs at his forehead. I'm not trying to insult your intelligence or anything of the sort. I'm just saying that I don't know what I'm saying. Maybe they are connected, but I would really...
You've got your priorities. I get it. But you do have them too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Well, that makes me feel a little better.
And I think he looks like he's going to say something, but then the others follow into the room. And he kind of cuts off and takes a step back. And I think when Vivian introduced when we got here, I can't remember. Did Vivian introduce themselves?
I don't remember if I said I did. They would have.
Okay.
I should have if I did not.
And I think he looks over at Vivian and he says, Mix Blackthorn, I think there's something wrong with your house.
Yes, I'm starting to get that impression.
Rebel just laughs. It's like one of those ha sorts of sounds when Talonor says that.
And I think Talonor is like, all right, we're here to investigate this sort of thing. So let's actually do this in a more methodical manner than just wandering from room to room, because that doesn't appear to be getting us anywhere. And I think he goes over to the new door that appeared, or that is in this room now where there wasn't one. I think it's in the same spot that Vivian was listening at earlier. And I think there is... He keeps, like, sniffing, because, like, you know when you catch a whiff of something that's just like, where the fuck did that come from? I think he keeps catching a whiff of something. And he frowns, and he says, I don't think we should necessarily split up, because I don't know what would happen in construction like this. But perhaps we should start some experiments.
Fee will also pull the little whiteboard up in front of them and sketch out a map very much like what is currently on Roll20.
Mm-hmm.
Just sort of like where they've been so far, what doors will where.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Do we feel we have had a vicious fight?
Not really.
How are we getting there?
I have a thought. I think while Fee is like drawing the map, Rebel just says, okay, let's say what rooms we want to find.
I don't like that phrasing coming from you.
I think Marius pipes up and is like, it's an interesting proposition.
Well, I'm sure it's going to do something. And I sure would love to see an extra very spooky space where all of the weirdest shit is happening. That sounds A plus to me.
I think Fee looks at Rebel with this look of, why the fuck are you like this? Oh, wait, no. I know why you're like this. And fuck. So, what are Jibba's pronouns?
What are whose pronouns?
Gibber.
Jibba.
Oh,
Sorry, that's the British accent. Sorry. I already got corrected on the pronunciation last time, but it will just sound different with the way I enunciate.
Nope, you're good.
No worries. And just like, and I know what he's like. Don't you think we've got enough to be getting on with? Faith will say out loud without bringing another element into things.
And so in the kitchen, Rebel, like, very, it wasn't pointedly, didn't answer Fee's question, but, like, in the movie version of this, it's very obvious that Rebel did not answer that question.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
And
I mean, obviously, Fee knows.
Yeah. And, like, I think, Rebel, just sort of, it's not even like a squint.
Yeah.
Rebel, just sort of looks at Fee. What do you know about him?
Enough. As in, knows enough, not is telling you to stop speaking enough.
Yeah.
And I'll say, I'll continue. You ever read much Discworld, Rebel?
And, Rebel pauses, and, like, you can see on their face, they are trying to remember if they've read Discworld, and, like, Fee can also, like, tell that Rebel is, like, searching for what that is and getting, like, very conflicting responses from two different universes.
Yeah, Fee is feeling a little smug about it, because if Rebel's not going to share, it's all good.
And Rebel says, it's not important. I'm helping.
My point is that in the early books, they have this sort of rule about how you don't say a certain goddess's name. You just call her the lady. You do not say her name, because to invite her has every chance of fucking you up as much as it does having things go your way. Sound familiar?
And Rebel just sort of gives Fee, like, one of those blank looks. Not like, I don't understand what you're saying, but, like, Fee can...
Like, deliberately impassive kind of thing?
Yeah. Like, it is big, bold letters in Rebel's head. You super don't understand gibber. They don't say that, but, Rebel...
doesn't need to say it out loud. And Fee's eyes narrow. Like I said, I understand enough. They don't say that out loud. You hear them say it in your head. and they flip Zem the bird and go off through the door. As I have yet to pull a card.
I need you to know that Rebel is panicking so much right now.
Good for Zem. Good news, guys. Another spade. I shuffled this deck like 3 times. So another message, and physical conflict, suffering, doubt, fears, dangers, grief, or alienation. I think what this is less a room and more like a staircase going up. Sort of like how in certain big stately homes and that would have like the main stairs up front and then like the servants' stairs.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that sort of vibe. And it's this flight of stairs going up. And I think stepping into this space and starting to move upstairs, Fee just gets hit with this wave of flickering emotions that aren't any of the rest of the group. I think this is the first time of getting something like this in this house for them.
May I add a detail?
Please.
I don't know if Fee hears this, but in the movie version of this, there is definitely a Dopplering scream. Like, you know that horror movie sound of like a when the music swells?
Yeah.
Except it's a scream that sounds like that before sharply cutting off.
Cool. Great. Love that.
What's the lighting situation like? Did you already describe
I didn't
that?
say the lighting, no. Oh, what if it's got like that, not strip lighting, but where how under each step there's like a little spotlight? Like those little round like LED spots to make them safer to go up and down and stuff, because there's no windows again. You can maybe see a little light at the top, but it's maybe, and it's not a super long flight of stairs, but yeah, just like every other step, there's like LED, like little round LED stair lights.
May I suggest that there are sconces, but there are no bulbs in them?
In addition to the
Yes.
ones that I just, yeah, sure.
Yeah. Just like, you know, because you've got the stair lighting and then maybe a couple of wall sconces, and it's like, why aren't the wall sconces on? They don't have any bulbs in them.
Terrifying.
Ah, okay. That wasn't. Thank you for the clarifying picture. That wasn't quite what I was imagining when you described it, but that makes it make a lot more sense.
That wasn't quite what I was trying to describe, but that was a better way of picturing it for me. So, for our listeners who can't see, it's like the lights are actually on the wall, but at the level of the stair, casting like a small amount of light on the stairs, like either side. Um, I think Fee just sort of partially stumbles up the stairs just because of the force of everything that's coming in. And they don't clock it, but they definitely, because I am a basic bitch who loves me a trope, definitely nose is starting to bleed with all of it. Ears a little bit too.
Nice, nice.
I think Talinor follows them up the stairs, and when he sees that they're bleeding, he offers them a handkerchief. Because he's the kind of motherfucker to have a handkerchief, I guess.
Of course they are.
We love and respect.
Fee takes it, starts dabbing a little at the blood under their nose, and looks at them and says, "Well, there's definitely something going on here. There is a lot of feedback happening. I don't know if it's reacting to us or if it's what was here anyway. Maybe it's what the construction company encountered and that's what's kept them off. But it's not great."
His brow furrows a bit. Do we need to get you out?
No, it just caught me in by surprise. It's okay.
He nods. Offers an arm for stability if they want it.
I think they'll use it to sort of pull themselves back up to fully standing, because where they sort of stumbled a little bit, and then we'll just like pat his incredibly large arm. Just so much bicep.
Yep.
Just like fucking, it's like pulling on an iron, like no give, just very strong. Quickly, but I'm so amused that you say built like a brick house, and I don't know whether that's just how Americans tend to say that, or whether you, Danielle, are censoring it a little bit.
Well, yes.
Okay. That's fine. You are allowed to do that. But it is so weird to hear that phrasing. And oddly charming, because I would not shy away from describing somebody as being built like a brick shit house. Because I am a classy gent from a classy part of the UK. It's a good shit. Either way, loud screamy hallway. I think Shrug is your turn.
Okay.
Did someone pull this other card that's hanging out down here?
I'll put it back in the deck.
Oh. Let's put that one back.
I'll take it, because I don't think you can just put them back.
Nah. Sad.
Yeah. And I don't know who all followed Fee, but I do want to specifically say that Rebel did not.
Vivian will follow at this point. I think maybe they were trying to eavesdrop on the tail end of that conversation. They've got reasons for things. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
So I feel like the next place we go is the room that's at the top of the stairs. The like hallway up there. I am going to draw before figuring out what the tone of this room is. Because I think that makes sense to me. Hey, it's not a spade.
Hey.
Hey.
I mean, it is.
How
Oh, this is a
appropriate for
fun
Vivian.
one. Love this. It's a 7 of clubs. An echo from the past. Of emotional conflict, hidden agendas, envy, indecision, or betrayal.
Excellent. Excellent call.
Great. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is the kind of hallway where you have several doors leading off of it. It's just the landing at the top of the stairs. And there are several different places that you could go from here. I think Fee is not the only one who is hearing voices now.
I would like to add a detail that there is a modern-looking sideboard that has nothing on it except for a single vase that has a single wilted rose in it. But like the petals are faded, so you can't even really tell what color the rose was supposed to have been in life.
I think
Nice.
too that maybe Vivian starts getting a whiff of what Talinor was, which is just like, you know how sometimes you get that smell of dampness?
Nodding.
Just like, not quite full mildewy smell, but just like, that doesn't seem right.
I would also like to add a detail. I think behind one of the doors, we hear part of the conversation from when Vivian invited everybody out for drinks.
Ooh, love that.
And specifically, I think we hear Vivian's voice saying something. I'm not sure what, but
That would require that I remember what was in that conversation.
Right.
We did extrapolate a lot of it, to be fair.
Yeah.
yeah.
A good portion of it was about Marius.
Yeah.
We were just shit talking Marios.
Yeah.
Talinor was
that's what I'm
specifically
thinking.
not shit-talking Marius.
Yeah.
That's true. And to get the clarification was people bitching about Marius's personality, not their work ethic or qualifications.
Marius looks a little offended.
Not an untrue word was said.
I think Vivian turns to Talinor. And I think there's a realization that they're getting something that he'd already spotted or had noticed with the smell. And so there's phrasing I'm trying to figure out here. As they say to you, "What's the call, Colonel?" And Talinor kind of hears that not in their voice, but in a voice that the old Talinor would have heard back when he was a colonel.
Oh.
I think I think he flinches. I think he covers it really quickly afterwards. But I think Vivian notices.
Yeah.
And he says, he kind of looks around the little landing, and he looks like he's about to like point at one of the what seems to be a bedroom door of and then he stops. Where's Rebel?
What a segue.
Beautiful, I love it. Important question. August, did Marius follow everybody up the stairs as well?
Yes, they did, and they caught the echo of the conversation that people were bitching about them and looked incensed.
Right. You mentioned that.
Yeah.
Oh, I
yeah,
assumed that was just August vibing with Marius.
No, Marius is there and looks incensed at what they overheard.
And I think down in the main room, Rebel had a moment to himself to just like freak out about, oh god, Fee can read my mind, possibly, question mark, maybe, definitely seems like it. And then was just like, you know what, fuck it, I'm out of here. And right when Talinor asks, where's Rebel, the door they were pointing at slams open and Rebel comes through.
I like that.
Very good. Very good.
And I think I'll draw a card now.
All I can think of is that fucking holy fuck, mom. What, like just the holy fuck meme. But you're just like opening the door for the room that you're in and going, holy fuck. And then there's this new room behind you.
And hysterically, I've got the 10 of diamonds. 10 is a betrayal of trust. Diamonds is willpower, good luck, discovery, a second wind, greed. And so I think like Rebel bursts out of the presumably bedroom door and looks visibly startled to see everybody because what the fuck.
Mm-hmm.
And then looks up at the ceiling, flips off the ceiling, and says, fuck you. And then tries to head for the stairs.
Fee will glance at them, getting out of the way, to be clear. And we'll just say, trying to leave, aren't you?
Like, I just need you to imagine one of those, like, scrolling light things like you see on, like, ticker tapes or whatever. Just imagine that, the inside of Rebel's head, and it just says, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck.
was said out loud so everyone could hear it, by the way, if anyone else would also like to react to that.
Yeah.
Because even if the oh fuck is just in Rebel's head, I imagine they look a little guilty at being caught out. Perhaps. I don't want to speak for them.
Mm. More annoyed, I think.
Fair.
I think Marius looks a little disdainful, but not necessarily at Rebel herself, but just kind of in general, and says, while I appreciate the urge to leave, I don't think this place will let us do so easily. It's best that we stick together. This house, this place knows about these other memories that we seem to have, or just as possibly put those memories there. We are unfortunately
like you. And Vivian is a fucking liar. Fee can read minds. Talanor is possibly the only decent person in this entire group. And
He frowns.
I think Fee is also frowning at will just say out like, oh, fuck you.
that fuck you directed at.
Oh, very much a rebel who just out loud just did the equivalent of like calling everybody out. Peak mean girl energy. Love that for them.
I think Rebel actually turns and does a very elaborate asshole bow at Fee. Because they actually want Fee to like them less.
You don't have to like someone to work with them under stressful circumstances.
I'm sorry, Fee. I think Fee is bless. Fee just steps a little bit closer to Rebel and just like, it's not my fault. You were in love with me and couldn't do anything about it. That's your shit, not mine.
Oh, the look Rebel gives Fee.
What? It's not about me, is it? It's about you, right?
Sorry, I need a second to think of what Rebel says.
Absolutely. I'm throwing a lot at you.
Because I know I have figured out Rebel's like motives on this. I just need to figure out like how Zay communicates this.
Absolutely. I'm sorry, Shrug. I know you were planning on having Vivian have conflict with Rebel about stuff, and it appears that Doug decided to pick a fight.
Oh no, you might. That just means you might get help later.
2 thumbs up.
Gosh. I think, like, Rebel really doesn't have the words to explain and, like, very quickly, like, realizes that they don't have the words to explain because it's a combination of things. One of them is, like this very clear and distinct fear that if they approach Fee in any sort of way, Gibber will make something unpleasant happen to the relationship or to Fee specifically. And there is also the fact that Rebel actively does not want Fee to return their
Feelings.
yeah.
Yeah.
I decided that Rebel is lithromantic and so would actually be like disgusted if Fee did return the feelings, or maybe not disgusted, but just like put off for sure.
Mm.
And so, like, Rebel is quickly like, I don't have the words for this, and then just sort of mentally shoves all of that at Fee. And
So,
and then just sort of does a what do you do gesture and says, congrats, you win. As in, you win the argument.
mm. You should also add a room to the map, Doug. From
Oh,
where?
I should. Yes, I will.
You can maybe add it between the landing and the main room, like here-ish.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
Thinking as I don't know how big the room is because you left the main room to onto the landing,
Mm-hmm.
but it depends if you want to go back into that space.
No. I have. That's a good idea. I have. It was my thought that the bedroom was over here.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Sounds good.
yeah.
Okay.
So is this the delightfully tense moment that we cut to commercial on?
I think so.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. We will be right back. We're back.
Heck
As I
yeah.
hit all of my microphone shit.
Like a professional.
We are professionals.
So professional here.
Yep.
The most profesh.
Right. So we've just had a really emotionally charged conversation. And I think Marius, being Marius and being allergic to sincere emotion, decides to open another door. Are we still on the landing or are we in the bedroom?
We're on the landing still, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, the question is, does Marius go into the room where we heard conversation?
That's what I was
Because
thinking.
They're pissed off at everyone talking about them.
Yeah, that's honestly what I was thinking, is that Marius is going to go to the room where we heard the conversation coming from. And I'm going to draw before I have suggestions about what that room might be.
They say about people that eavesdrop, right, Marcus?
Yep. Sorry, as I commit the cardinal sin of Roll20, which is expecting it to do what I want it to do.
A rookie error.
So, Queen of Hearts. Hearts is love, friendship, compromise, bonding, obsession, and Queen is a puzzle to solve.
Love that for Marius.
Yeah.
Is there
My-
any more Marius thing than being able to solve friendship?
My knee-jerk reaction to this, as far as a puzzle to solve is concerned, what if the next room is a mock replica of one of the labs,
Ooh.
but like all of the equipment is shiny plastic, like it's obviously not real equipment.
Yeah, I like that.
And I don't know, is it too over the top to have like
No.
to have like dummies of varying heights spread around the room as though they were people caught mid activity, but like they're dressed in like the appropriate lab gear, but there's no faces on the dummies or anything like that. They're almost like crash test dummies.
I mean, it's a little Indiana Jones runs into the fake house in the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, but I don't think you shouldn't do it.
I haven't seen that movie, so it's very new to me.
It's just set up to look like an actual house.
Yeah, it's
It's
so
It's one of those
You don't
mock
have-
neighborhoods that they set up for nuclear testing.
yeah.
Oh yeah, that's
the conceit of
fridge.
that scene.
yeah, it's nuking the fridge. Yes.
Yes. Okay, yeah, I remember that scene now. But Marius like stops dead in the entryway of this room. And like I think as soon as the door opened, the conversation stopped. And it really is just like, everything stopped because Marius opened the door. Is the way that it's all staged.
Just like the fridge.
Are the mannequins looking Marius's direction?
Hate that.
I love that. Yes. Yes, they're looking at the door.
Yep. Like you look up when someone walks in. Yeah.
And I think Marius is staring at the lab because it is familiar to them. Like it's one of their labs, but is having trouble parsing what they're seeing, like the way they had trouble parsing the phone call from Irwin. And they kind of beckon everybody in.
May I add a detail?
Of course.
I think we are all different enough heights that I think that there is a mannequin that matches Marius's height and not someone else's.
Ooh.
And I think in front of that mannequin is an open lab notebook with writing in it. But it's all in a cipher.
Dig it. Dig it.
But Talinor comes into the room as soon as Marius indicates, hey, this is fucked up. In, Marius's way, that's like, I think you should come and look at this.
Yeah. And I think Marius is just see, this is the house's fault.
Vivian looks distressed at the presence of this lab.
What kind of distressed? Like distressed as in this is familiar?
Is it the kind of distress that Fee wants to know about?
Yes, it is. That's why I asked the question.
Okay. So Fee specifically would know. It's not necessarily distress because, oh no, it's a thing that I should recognize and don't, or it's a thing I shouldn't recognize and do. It's this is not related to this house. And that is worrying to Vivian. That what is happening is not about why they are here.
Yeah.
I bet the smell of dampness probably gets a little stronger in here too.
Mm-hmm. Does Marius begin to smell it?
I think so. And I think we're bonding in our distress.
Can I make it more
bonding.
distressing?
Always.
Does Marius look at the notebook?
Of course Marius looks at the notebook.
Good. So it's in a cipher. You would have to figure out what the cipher was in order to read what it says.
Mm-hmm.
But it very clearly is repeating the same thing over and over and over again. Very much all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. You just don't know what it's repeating. But it's pages and pages and pages of the same thing.
Don't like that.
In Marius's handwriting. Because...
Of course.
Yeah.
Subtlety is for cowards.
I'm going to make it even worse because Marius is going to look at it and instead of being put off by it, they're intrigued, so they snap the notebook shut and tuck it under one arm.
Good.
To take
Excellent.
it with them.
I would hope for nothing less.
I don't think they're being shady about it or anything. I don't think they feel like they have anything to hide, but they do that thing. And they say, what do you suggest we do now, Colonel?
I think he is looking around the room in more distress than you have seen so far, which isn't saying much, but also the fact that you can see it is saying a lot. And he says, well, there was another room off of the landing. Because I don't think there are any other doors or windows in this room.
No.
Why would you need multiple exits to your lab?
Yeah, I think by the nature of the lab, it was in like an underground place anyway, so it didn't have any windows in life. But yeah, there's only one exit, and we came through it. So,
and I think he turns to go back out onto the landing. But there is a creaking, and the floor opens up underneath him. And I'm going to draw another room over here. You gotta move it a little bit. As he falls down into a basement. And lands with a crack on the concrete floor because it's a basement. And I pulled the 10 of clubs, which is a betrayal of trust, emotional conflict, hidden agendas, envy, indecision, betrayal. And I think we see from Talinor's perspective. He lands in a heap, and groans, shifts, as he kind of unfolds from this heap to look at his surroundings. I think it looks like a regular basement. Well, I say regular basement as if every basement doesn't have wildly different fucking vibes. The kind of stereotypical basement of
The sonic ideal of a basement.
yeah. The laundry's down here because the house has to be the most possibly inconvenient. There is a set of like wooden stairs that come down here on a door at the top of them. There is like a single dangling light bulb that is giving light to the room. And I think there's like some storage shelves. And I think as Talinor gets his bearings again, we see a light appear at the top of the stairs as that door opens. And a man with blonde hair and kind of thin and gangly type build, carrying a laundry basket, starts coming down the stairs, and is calling up over his shoulder, what does he say? If you're going out, fine, but don't expect me to wait up for you. And Talonor kind of whips around at the sound of this voice and scrambles back on the floor until his back hits the wall.
Ow.
Marius leans over the hole and is just like, Colonel?
Vivian is dropping down.
Yeah, Rebel is also dropping down.
I think he looks up to the hole as he hears Marius's voice. And like the camera swivels so that we're looking up the hole at Marius looking down, and then at Vivian and Rebel jumping casual 2 stories. It's fine.
It's a little better to be able to,
Yeah,
cling
to
to
know.
an edge and then drop.
Yeah, to do it on purpose. And when the camera comes back down, like to watch their landing, the person who was carrying the laundry basket obviously isn't there.
Obviously.
Does Fee drop down too?
Sure. If we're all going, we're going.
Can I add a detail to the lab before you jump down, Fee?
Yeah.
I think you find just the tiniest little mushroom where one of the planters was in the lab. It's the only one.
Well, I'm gonna pocket it and take it with me then. That's what I do. Very carefully, take it, put it in. If it's just a small mushroom, I'll put it in like the breast pocket of my shirt, and very carefully do sort of lowering myself down and drop. I'm super graceful doing it, but manage to do so. Then we'll help Marius down.
Thank you.
Yeah, Vivian helped catch Fee. They did not catch Rebel.
You know what? That is fair and valid, and like Rebel definitely landed ungracefully. They're not hurt, but confused.
At risk of sounding cliche, but you look like you've seen a ghost.
good. I'm okay.
You sure?
So, sorry, somebody knocked at my door, but I don't see a car outside, so I think it's a solicitor of some kind, so I'm not going to answer it. Talinor looks up at Marius from their position on the ground, and they are pale underneath their tan, and their eyes are wide. And they're shaking their head, not like in a denial of what Marius said, but in a denial of the situation, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I don't think that they can respond right now, really.
Yeah. Vivian is going to go over, kneel next to Talinor, extend an arm as an offer to help him up. And is taking the situation extremely seriously. And just asks very quietly, do you know who it was?
I think Talinor can stand, but when he tries to put weight on his left foot, he can't. And he turns this kind of wide-eyed gaze to Vivian, and Fee, you can't usually read Talinor's mind at all. Except that right now he's fucking shouting.
Of course. I was wondering if this was maybe what could be happening. Anything in particular, or just noise?
No, it's a name, and it's just the same name over and over again. Giazai. And it's just constantly just that name repeated over and over and over again.
Was the emotion loaded behind it? Grief, anger,
horror, grief, and shame.
Oh no.
Fee will go up to Talinor. They're not quite as tall as he is, but they're not like Marius levels of short either. And sort of gently encourage him to put his forehead against theirs, and then in his head, Talinor can feel like this. It's like a bucket of water being dumped over it, but in a less shitty feeling way. Sort of like this dousing of calm, like this, like a fire blanket of like calming energy, just like trying to effectively curb this panic.
I think it works. I think he lets out a shuddering breath, and closes their eyes, and I think after a moment, they pull away, and their faces impassive again. And to Fee, they say very softly, just thank you. And to Vivian, who is still supporting their weight, or some of their weight at least.
It's okay. They're very strong.
They're the only other person who could do that.
Yeah.
In this party.
They say, God, the only phrasing that's coming to my head is just somebody that I used to know, and I can't use that.
You can. You've acknowledged the awkwardness of it.
Yeah. And now you can make out. And now you can make out like it never happened.
But yeah, that's essentially what they say. It was somebody that I used to know from years ago.
Well, it's a start, I suppose. You don't get the sense that you were supposed to understand what that meant.
I think it's about now that Rebel comes over with a couple Jolly Ranchers and a rolled up ace bandage. And offers the Jolly Ranchers to Talinor. Do you like green?
Yeah, thank you.
And offers the roll of ace bandages to Vivian because they're holding Talinor up.
Yeah. Evian will not take them, guide Talador to some very squashy chair down in the basement. What feels like a standard feature. Ooh, here's a thing. What if this is a space that somehow actually does feel lived in?
Ooh, very good.
So this does feel like, it's a chair that someone has sat in before. It's not just been brought in as a showpiece.
It's actually comfortable, doesn't just look like it could be.
Yeah, I was very thinking that this basement very much doesn't match the vibe of the rest of the house.
Because this house has had such consistency in its style before.
I think the seat is still warm.
Distressing.
Yeah. Not that Talinor says anything about it. Just like, oh, I hate that, actually. Fee, I don't think you can hear his thoughts anymore.
Yeah, I assumed he was pulling it back in and putting whatever shielding or training he has in place.
Fee does get from Vivian, though, he has to be here.
They will look at Marius, do you have any kind of medical training?
Marius, thanks for a really long time and finally says, no, that was never my purview here or there.
Fantastic. Okay. I just need to speak to Vivian a moment, and was hoping that you could maybe help Talon.
I mean, Vivian is still actively bandaging him up, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then, the moment you're done, I will grab hold of your just can I borrow you just a sec?
Hey, would now be a good time to draw a new room? Since I
Yeah.
believe it is your go.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. Just gonna go up the stairs of the basement and what do we have?
All right.
I would like to suggest something.
Sure.
As we leave the basement, we hear the washing machine turn on.
Oh, very nice.
Yes.
Let's put
Come on,
this.
8 of spades, just for sheer randomness.
I'm trying to decide what side of the basement to put this on. Let's put it that side. I think this is like a conservatory or a sunroom or however you want to describe that kind of room in a house. There's normally on the back of the house, overlooking the garden, lots of glass. And yeah, I've got to draw a card. So 2 of diamonds. Oh, a hidden monster. Willpower, good luck, discovery. Cool, this is going to be great.
Love this.
Love this for us. But before everybody else can join us up here, Thea will sort of back Vivian up a little bit and hiss, "What do you mean he has to be here?"
Vivian is just gonna sigh heavily, just like, shit, they just weren't being hyperbolic.
No, that's one of the interesting things about Rebel Fun, too, is that when you're that over the top about everything, people will assume that you're being hyperbolic when you're not. They are incredibly honest in that way. Look, I haven't been prying into why you're really here, because I figured it's none of my fucking business. But Talonor is as much my business as you are. What do you mean he has to be here?
This house already took someone from me.
I hate that for you. That fucking sucks. Who are they?
Well, isn't that a great fucking question, Jade?
What? Even you
Isn't
haven't figured it out yet, sure.
There are a couple of possibilities.
Uh-huh.
He's a friend. But the problem is, he's not from that other life. So the fact that this house keeps bringing that life in, it doesn't make sense.
Well, no, it does, because the house is feeding on us. Sort of.
Why I came here has to matter, doesn't it?
What? Well, of course it does. What made you? What about what I just said made you think that it doesn't matter?
It makes me think the house was here for us, not for him, just to lure me here with all of you, because we were together, so we have to be together again.
I think the house is just a shape that something is filling in the way that liquid can fill a container or a cat could seemingly fit in anything it sits in. I don't know about what has brought us here, how we got here, other than, and I pull out from my pocket the mushroom that I took from the lab, other than it being these guys, somehow. But there's no reason they couldn't be here. Sometimes coincidences happen, and it's really fucking unlikely a lot of the time, but they can. And yes, maybe we were drawn here, but I don't think you blaming yourself that your friend got taken by this house so you would come here is helpful. Get down. As Fee's eyes cloud over white like they did just before we all got bamfed out of the last place, as a shape forms out of the light streaming in through the glass of the sunroom and coalesces into something friends at the table-esque. It's geometric shapes of light, but forming something vaguely a figure. And it's gonna try and eat us.
I think this is a snake.
Okay.
The snake is a friend.
Charles doesn't listen to friends at the table. The friends at the table reference was for the rest of y'all motherfuckers. But yeah. But I think this thing coalesces and crashes down, and yeah, it forms an almost snake-like body. As I'm assuming the rest of y'all are coming up from the basement. I want to be clear, like, all the glass is still intact. It's literally like just the light being refracted through the glass. In that way that you get that weird sort of reflection of light through glass against an opposite wall. I don't understand anything sciencey. But that's what's formed it. Like the refracted light is what has formed this snake-like entity. And as you guys come up the stairs to the base, like, we need to leave this room now. And sort of gently, well, I say not so gently, starts shoving people out of the there's a door which clearly leads to the outside, or what looks like it might lead outside. And then there's also a second door that may be the one we came up in through from the basement, and then there's a third door. So basement door, garden, and then back into the main house, maybe? If someone wants to draw a room, take a card.
Further in the house does mean further away from the streaming sunlight.
Yeah. Whose turn is it to make a room and pull a card? Our turn order sort of disappeared, so I'm just keeping an eye on how many squares. I think we've all done 2 now.
Yeah.
I think it's mostly Shrug's turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's only mostly got a turn. Alright. Okay. It is the Seven of Hearts. Hearts is love, friendship, compromise, bonding, obsession, and 7 is an echo from the past. Everybody's favorite. Um. I'm really tempted to just bring it back to the phone, Nook.
Do it.
So do it.
Be an-
That's
it-
just
or-
so easy.
Or it could be another room with the same phone in. Different room, same phone.
Yeah, okay. I feel like is living room or den more appropriate for this vibe?
Do you want formal or not?
I think this is informal.
Den it is.
Okay. Yeah, this. I think we're back to showroom style, but this clearly looks like it should come off of the main room, and be like a place to exist. It's got chairs, possibly a TV on the wall. You know what? I'm going to pull from my parents' house and say that it's a space. Actually, no. If this is just a showroom, that doesn't make any goddamn sense. Never mind. Ignore that. There's a space where a TV is supposed to go, and that is where the TV is. Yeah, some chairs that very overly match the walls.
Is there
yeah.
wood paneling?
Ooh, are we 70s now? Have we moved into 70s wood grain? I'm
I
down
love
for
to
this.
see it.
Yeah, and there is a side table with a big light phone on it. And it's definitely ringing, and Vivian is not going to instinctually go for it this time, but give everyone else a chance if they want to.
I think Rebel goes to pick it up.
Okay.
And, mm,
Who was phone?
excellent question.
Since it's an echo from the past, do we want it to be one of the other party members, or do we want it to be something else?
I think it
I mean,
being
sure, I
one
guess
of
you're
the.
saying.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, but what was your gut feeling?
I was just gonna say I was thinking it should be one of the other party members, but I have no thoughts about whom or why.
I have a thought about who.
Yeah. Would you like to take it, August? Is it Parker?
Yeah, because, Parker and Rebel are related, and so Parker's kind of breathless on the other end, and it's just like, Rebel? Rebel?
Yeah.
Rebel, can you hear me?
Yes, Parker, can you hear me?
Rebel, you have to come back. You have to come back right now. You have to come back.
What, Parker? What's going on? Calm down.
You don't understand. I don't know how much longer we can do this. You've been gone so long. I don't know if Rebel, can you hear me?
Wait, what do you mean we've been gone so long? How long has it been? Parker?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Parker, what are you talking about?
Everyone
think that
thinks
should
you're
be-
dead.
Oh, I love that. Me, Dirk, loves that. Oh, I think that should be where the phone line cuts out.
Fair.
And Rebel is just like looking at the phone. And oh, I know what Rebel does. Rebel picks up the phone, looks for where it attaches to, everything else. Just pulls that shit out.
Fun fact. It's not attached to anything.
Good
course
shit.
not. Of course not.
There's a cord. Just not attached to anything.
Oh. I don't even know how Rebel reacts to that. Probably just detaches the handset from the rest of the thing. Parker says everyone thinks we're dead.
I look to Vivian. See, this is what I was saying. Just a nice little callback to I thought they were just being hyperbolic.
Marius says, well, that given everything that's happening, I'm not sure that's an unfair assumption.
This doesn't feel like what being dead should feel like.
Oh, do you know
Because
from
you've been dead
experience?
so many times.
I said should. Don't know what it does feel like.
Let's hope we don't find out.
Well, I know I'm not dead. Jibber's not here. And is it okay if I go next?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for
How
it.
about it?
So, I think Rebel dismantles the phone, stuffs the cords in the fanny pack, and walks through the next door. We've got 6 of diamonds. 6 is a lie uncovered. Diamonds is willpower, good luck, discovery, second one, greed. Hmm. 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 no thoughts at empty. This is the problem with saying things and thinking you'll have a thought at the end of it. Oh no. I just had a great idea.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so you guys have seen those pictures of like that one mall that is like entirely underground in like Quebec somewhere, where you can just like fully get lost in all of these halls of malls and stores, and some places that are just like bare wall, that sort of thing.
I don't think I know that.
Nope.
Oh my gosh.
Sounds dope.
Yeah. Yeah, there's it's in Canada somewhere. There's one particular area where they have like a bunch of like underground mall happening, and like it's very creepy. But either which way, I said all that to say that the hallway we are walking down in particular is tiled. The floor is tiled, the walls are tiled, the ceiling is tiled. No, the ceiling is that sort of like overhead lighting you see in like stores or some offices where it's like set into the ceiling as opposed to being a fixture. And the tiling on the floor and the walls is that very the like that bathroom tiling where it's the very small squares that are like half inch by half inch or something like that. So, but like this is where we end up in this hallway, and like we can hear our footsteps echoing off the walls and just all around. There are no doorways. But after we walk maybe a couple meters, there is a knocking down at the far end, like, and it sounds like something big and heavy knocking. And I have more thoughts for what this is, but I want to give you guys a chance to react.
I'm sorry, what did you say the light situation was like again?
Oh, the lights are recessed into the ceiling. Have you ever seen those lights that are just like an entire panel is a light?
Mm-hmm.
That's what the ceiling is.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Who is helping Talinor walk?
The one who can actually support their weight.
He had to get up the stairs somehow, and Vivian and Fee were both already up the stairs. So my gut wants to say Marius because I think that would be funniest.
That is.
Yes, that would be funny.
They're bringing up the rear because they have to go slow because Talinor can't put all of their weight on Marius. But, I mean, Marius is doing a passable job. But I think they enter this hallway, and to hear this noise, so I'm gonna go out on a limb and say we probably should not go that way.
Arius snorts.
Is there another way for us to go? Like, because we've come into this hallway from the den. There's a banging at the other end of this hallway, to clarify, right?
Yep. And it doesn't go on for a long time. In fact, shortly after Talinor and Marius get in and Talinor says that, it turns into a weird sort of rustling noise. And there's like a slightly sticky sound.
Oh.
Well, like, you know the sound your thighs make when you stand up after sitting on laminate for a while?
Mm-hmm.
It sounds a little bit like that.
I don't care for that at all. It's nowhere near my turn if somebody has an idea. Hey, Vivian.
Yeah.
So we're in a hallway.
Uh-huh.
What was the vibe in here? Did it continue like tiled walls, right?
Yep, tiled floor,
What kind of
tiled
tiles?
walls.
Like ceramic or like vinyl or...
Ceramic, probably. They're like bathroom tiles.
Sure. But as far as we can tell, there's a door behind us and a door at the end and nothing else.
Pretty much.
Hey, Vivian.
Mhm.
You're strong and have an axe, right?
Yeah, no, that's fully in hand.
Yeah, cool. Would you make us a door?
Yeah.
I think whatever is out there has enough of a psychic presence that it's like when something is shouting really loudly, it becomes so distorted that you can't make out what's being said. Or like if there's too much reverb or whatever. But Fee just looks to Vivian, like, can you make us a doorway out of this, please? And they can't help but speaking louder than they normally would because the noise in their head is so loud.
And yeah, it's...
No, you go, Shrog.
Okay, I was just gonna say, it's a little slow work because this is like a hand axe.
You're very strong.
Yeah.
You just need to get some tiles off the wall and then you can just Kool-Aid Man through it.
Yeah. For sure.
Rebel is definitely exploring down towards the end of the hallway where there is noise because self-preservation is for other people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and what do we burst into?
August, do you want to go? We've not had
sure.
you draw a card for a bit.
Sure. I will go. Oh,
Oh,
King of
boy.
Spades.
Oh boy.
Oh, buddy.
Oh no, not
Fun.
Marius. Oh no.
Spades, physical conflict, suffering, doubt, fear, danger, grief, alienation. King, a personalized temptation. So I think we burst out here. Hmm.
Is the other side of this hole we made a fully planned doorway?
oh, what, like the room we go into? If you look back, you can see that
Yeah.
there is the full door jam is there.
Mhm.
Yes, good.
Yeah. But we look back and we actually see the siding of the house. We are standing outside now, in a fenced-in yard. The sun is shining. The clouds from before have cleared up. And on one side of the yard, two gentlemen are chatting. I invite Vivian and Talinor to describe the interaction between these two gentlemen. But I will say, even though the sun is shining, it's not very warm. And we don't hear any birds. There isn't any bird song, and there isn't any buzzing of insects or anything like that. And Marius is just like, oh, thank the gods.
But
Danielle, do you wish to have a conversation between these two?
yeah, I'm down.
Yeah, so the person we haven't seen yet is a bit of a beanpole. Looks vaguely Korean. Has dark hair and eyes. Looks fairly athletic, though again a bit stringy. And it's just saying, look, all I know is that I trust them to figure this out.
The other person is the man we saw in the basement. And he is standing with his arms folded, and isn't looking at the person who is talking to him, is kind of looking off to the side, not at us who have just come out of the house, but just into the distance. And he says, I mean, I have hope, but I don't know that I would say I have trust.
Ouch.
Well, if you don't trust them, trust the house. Look, I've been here before. these places have a way of taking you where you need to go.
Talonor on Marius's shoulder. Marius, you suddenly have all of Talonor's weight to deal with.
That goes about as well as you would expect. There's like a big stumble and then a grunt and then just like trying to hold Talonor up and like slowly sinking.
Rebel runs to help Marius. And
Go ahead.
Takes Vivian a whole 5 more seconds than it should to notice this happening.
And the person who is presumably Giazai just says, I don't like this place. I don't want to be here anymore, Ed.
Important question. Are these guys actually here? As in, can Fee get a vibe on them? I don't know who answers this question. I think August, because it's August's scene.
I think the way I was kind of setting it up, Fee cannot get a vibe off of them.
Okay.
Just this is a temptation. That doesn't mean that it has to be real.
Yeah, I think Ed shrugs and says, "Look, I didn't say I wanted to be here, but trust me, there are worse places to be." Can Ed notice all of us?
I do like that. I don't
This is a
think
question.
I don't
yeah,
think
to
GSI
August.
does. But yeah, sorry, you were asking August.
Yeah.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Just can Ed notice the group? Or is this just them, the two of these people appearing?
I think it's more interesting if Ed notices the group. Because, it's more tempting that way.
Okay. So Ed is gonna give, it's gonna notice Vivian first, give a sheepish little shrug, and then fixes his eyes on Marius. Wait. Don't I know you?
Marius, stiffens a little and is just like, I believe you'll find I've been exonerated of all wrongdoing in the incident.
Wrongdoing? No. You're the expert. You're the one who gets everyone through this place.
Sure exactly how Marius responds to that, Because on the one hand there's the ego stroking, but on the other hand Marius is on the back foot. I think they just are still kind of aloof and say that's the hope. And then after a pause, they're like, are you with us or against us?
Well, that depends on what you've been doing around here. I didn't choose... Well, I came to the house, but I didn't choose to stay. If it wants to let me go, maybe you can help me. If you've got to fight it, well, then I'm gonna be trouble. But, I mean, you're the researcher. You know about these phenomena, right? I mean, you wrote it all down, didn't you?
Oh!
Marius's eyes go wide, and they fumble the notebook and open it, and I don't know if this is too over the top again. Just I think maybe the text has changed.
Mm-hmm.
It's no longer in a cipher, but it is repeating, but it's only one word, and that word is run.
That's good shit.
Oh, you love to see it.
And I feel like it's at that point we should probably figure out where we're going next.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine we can go back the way we came. I imagine there's also a gate in the yard, but there's it's a privacy fence, so we
Yes.
can't see where the gate goes.
Yes. I was on the same...
Good shit. Love that.
Had the same thought. I think... I think... So... I think that Giazai is trying to get Ed's attention again, and is asking something along the lines of is he there? Can you see him? But I don't think Ed is answering him, because Ed is watching our characters, and I think that Talonor, he attempts to essentially start walking towards the gate, and I think that, well, I imagine Marius is helping, because Marius saw the impetus to run, and the way that Talonor is moving is kind of dragging Rebel along with them. in the way that someone who has their arm around your shoulders can kind of propel you in a direction, right?
Yeah.
And I think they stumble through. They stumble through the gate, and I think that. Let me see. I think that this is an inside room. I think it's a dining room. And I think that all of the mannequins from the lab are sitting around the table.
Love that. Love that for us.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine.
May I add a detail?
Mm-hmm.
All of the mannequins have name tags. It's all of the follow characters. And at the head and foot of the table are Ed and Giazai.
I think there are 4 other places set that are empty.
Just a small detail before Fee left the yard. Sorry, just replying to something in chat. Fee will go up, or sort of like look to Vivian, and then go up to Ed, and say, "Hey, Cryptic McFuckface, put your hand out." Does he?
Yeah.
He places the mushroom in his hand, and it starts to glow a little bit with its bioluminescent. And they say to him, "Make friends. They might be able to help you. At least get where you need to be." And then I'll grab Vivian and follow the others, and tuck them afterwards.
I think
And trips into the dining room after everybody else, like, well, that's not unsettling at all.
I think the smell of damp is very noticeable in this room. Like it smells like wet earth. And
I think Rebel can finally smell it because this whole time they have not noticed any of this smell. And like now their nose just crinkles up because it smells like damp.
And it's got a little bit of that like sickly sweet edge of like decaying matter. And in front of all of the seats at the table, besides the little nameplates, it's like a formally set dining table. And each of the plates has one of those fancy ass fucking plate covers over it.
Oh, I don't like where this is going.
You don't know where it's going.
And yet, somehow.
And who lifts one of them up.
I mean, I could probably take whatever is coming, but Marius is a curious bastard as well.
Yeah.
Also, is that card... Am I seeing a card truthfully?
Yes, sorry. It is.
No.
It is the Queen of Spades, which is a puzzle to solve and physical conflict, suffering, doubt, fear, danger, grief, and alienation.
Oh no.
Alright. I'll open up
Okay.
the dish.
The scent of rot increases exponentially. And on the plate is what would be, apart from the smell, a very appetizing looking mushroom dish. But it smells foul.
Vivian trying not to retch. They have that small tool bag. They're going to dump some of the contents and shovel this dish in there. Very much close the bag as much as they can.
Every mannequin head snaps to look at Vivian. Actually, I'm not even sure we see the heads move. Like
Yeah.
one moment they're looking forward, the next moment they're all looking at Vivian.
Weeping Angel style.
Looks down to do this, looks up. So did anyone else want to try this?
No, that looks like a mistake you just made.
I'm fine with sampling your to-go bag later when we're not here.
You see how it looks like a thing that isn't meant to exist, but it does? Everybody's so creative. Has nobody seen that TikTok series? I'll have to share it.
Oh Lord, I shook my head like you could see me.
Let's go full Weeping Angel style. I think the light starts to flicker. There's no visible light fixture.
Upsetting.
Deeply upsetting.
But the light starts to flicker, and I think the mannequins at the heads of the table begin to stand in the time between the light.
He has been looking like really agitated. And on seeing what was under the I don't think it's called a cloche when it's that. I know the glass kind is a cloche. Anywho, that is not important. I think I need to. I'm sure we're all on the same page, but it's very clear what mushrooms are on these plates.
Yes.
And Fee is having the reaction at seeing it that you might like it's a little bit Soylent Green as people, but it is, or it's very much like, you know, when somebody in Hannibal figures out what they've been eating.
Yes.
But it's that visceral kind of, this is wrong, what you are doing is wrong. And they grab the edge of the dining room table and flip it on its end, and underneath the dining room table is a trapdoor. And just pulls it up. It's like, we need to leave. And just jumps through. And what is this next? What does this last room look like?
I have a suggestion if you don't have an idea.
I'll take it. I'll hear the suggestion.
Well, if this is our last room,
Before
are we
do
back in the
evolution,
main
yeah.
room? Have we come full circle in some regard? Or do you want this to just be completely new? Because completely new is good.
Having a thought. No, I think what this is oh, I know what this is. This is a large space with a big domed roof that's made of some kind of glass, and there's like all this pipe work above us. Looks like a sprinkler system or something like that. And when we land, the floor beneath us is soft and yielding and welcoming. And as we look around in this new room, there's this unnerving sense of familiarity. But what makes it unnerving is because, like, I feel like I know this, but I don't know this angle. Something about the perspective feels off. And we are in a version of the mushroom habitat from the lab, but we are the size of the mushrooms in it.
Ooh. Upsetting.
And there's like, but there's like these big, it's almost like beds, these big sort of like pillowy looking lichen and stuff like that. It's incredibly comfortable, and there's this air to it. Rather than that sickly damp smell, it's the good kind of petrichor damp earth smell. Still damp, but in a way that reminds you of something like nourishing and new rather than decay. And the card I pulled was the King of Hearts. A personalized temptation, love, friendship, compromise, bonding, obsession. And as Fee sort of takes in this space, everyone's sort of toppling in afterwards. This sort of glow starts to permeate the space, and I can't remember if I said what the light level was, but it's very much like this soft sort of pinky purple artificial light, those sort of growing lights for orchids kind of feel. But there's also a glow because there are some of those mushrooms here. But obviously significantly larger than we've ever seen them before. And because we're small enough, and whether this is actually here or not is sort of beside the point, because because of how small we are, we can see these threads of mycelia running through the ground between the mushrooms. And we can see that we are hooked into the same mycelial network. And as we move through this space, and I think God, it's the first fucking Avatar film. I'm sorry. But as we sort of step, like the ground sort of almost lights up as we sort of connect with bits of the network just below the surface. And Felix about ready to like drop down to the ground and like plunge hands into the earth as you've seen them do before and just fully try to connect to this network.
I would like to add a detail.
Bring it on.
Just when Fee is about to do that, plunge hands into the dirt or the mycelia network, a mouse shows up. And
Okay, how big a mouse? This is an important question.
Well, it is a mouse that is the appropriate scale to the mushrooms. So huge.
It's like a cow.
Dirk,
Uh-huh.
is this being a mouse important to Rebel as a character?
Um,
Where I'm getting at with this is, can it be the lizard instead?
Oh!
The very good lizard that Erwin found.
Oh! You know what? Fuck it. Sure, yeah. But either which way, I think it like sees Fee and like sort of flicks its tongue out like, you know, lizards do. And then like sort of turns away, and it's not like gesturing for Fee to follow, but that's very much the impression Fee gets.
Okay. And as you're we could do it now, August, and have that resolution happen, and then however it plays out
Yeah.
is how
Okay.
we get to the next.
The next chapter. So, as you can see on screen, we've divided the cards into piles based on the suit, and depending on how many of each suit you get determines the ending of the game. We have equal numbers of hearts and spades, so I vote that we kind of mash the two together. With the hearts ending, your group is unexpectedly rescued by an ally. Who are they? Were they also trapped within the house, or have they come from the outside? And what's their exit strategy? And spades is you must fight your way out of the house with tooth and nail. How does the house fight back? Who gets hurt? Who must stay behind? Who goes back later to rescue them? So I don't know who might be the ally who unexpectedly rescues us, but it might be a situation where the ally comes to our rescue, but we still have to really fight to get out.
Well,
Can't the lizard be the ally?
I was going to say, isn't the lizard and the mushrooms the ally?
That's true. That's very true. Sorry. I was spacing out, I guess.
No, you're
So,
good.
yeah.
No, you're good. You're good.
So,
I think the mannequins are coming through the door after us.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Yeah.
I think Rebel is going to try and get Fee to help Marius carry Talonor, because Rebel is like, I'm gonna fight them bitches. Not quite like that, but it's very much like Rebel has like taken on a more serious demeanor. Rebel is taking this very seriously, and you know, so
So what, Vivian Rebel fighting off the mannequins?
I mean, yeah, Vivian's got an axe and is going to use it.
Cool. I think we can probably extrapolate out that the fight is very heated. I think that the mannequins, where they get injured, ooze a liquid that is not blood, but where the liquid drips onto the soil in the mushroom habitat, the soil blackens and the bioluminescence goes out.
Mm-hmm.
But I think with our ally, the lizard, Vivian and Rebel are able to drive the mannequins back and close the door, but we can hear banging on the door as the mannequins try to get through again, and the situation looks kind of dire with the darkness in the soil spreading, and it's just like very much a sense of what are we going to do when the bioluminescence flares and whites out our vision, and when our vision clears we can see that we are in an airlock. The mushroom habitat is completely gone. The door that the mannequins were trying to burst through is now an airlock door, and the door hisses open because the pressure has been equalized, and opens up into a spaceport. And that is where we will close chapter 2.
Right.
Fuck yeah.
Next time, we will be playing Going Rogue, the author of which I do not have in front of me because I was not thinking of that when we were playing. Let me pull up the author of Going Rogue. Jess Levine. And we will be joining you for Chapter 3, same bat time, same bat channel, next Saturday, 1 p.m. Eastern. And let's go in reverse alphabetical order for the outros. So playing with us today has been Shrog.
Hi, I have been Shrog. My pronouns are he, him. You can still find me on the internet if you so choose at the Secret Frog or Secret Frog. And we will see you next week in space.
Hell yeah. Jade?
I've been Jade. Still online at Jade Oxford Rose. I will actually be a bit late to the next session, so we will see what that looks like. And I hope you've enjoyed this buck wild little house tour we did today.
Yeah. Do you think we're going to buy a house in that neighborhood?
You can say.
Dirk?
Hello, I have been Dirk. You can find me on the podcast Hope's Hearth. You can also find me on SCP Research Archives, which is a new thing. And yeah, I'm having a great time.
Danielle?
I've been Danielle, and you can continue to find me on the internet at RedTailTalk90.
And I've been August. You can find me on Twitter at HarpyDora, on Tumblr at Strange Harpy. You can keep up with what we're doing here on Twitter at Stones_standing. I forget the Tumblr, but I'm really bad at updating the Tumblr. But we're on Tumblr somewhere. Standing Stones Productions or Standing Stones Prod, I think. And as I said, Chapter 3 next weekend. It's going to be good.
Yeah.
All right. Have a great rest of your day, evening, night, morning,
Weekend.
whatever you celebrate at this time.
Peace.
Alrighty, bye.